Yes, okay. Yeah. Wow, okay. This guy, he said, so, you know, but I still, I think so, that's part of it. So, first is that.
Increase in brightness. Increase in it.
Exactly. Right, testing. 1, 2, 3. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What should I say? I'll start with Agumwai. I salute you, man. You're most welcome. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for, at the very least, getting here on time for what is an extremely important event for not just the Asaba community, but the nation as a whole. But I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Mr. Ed Emeka Keazo. I'm the director and the producer of the film. Invited to work on this project at the impetus of none other than His late Royal Majesty, Asaba Professor Chike Edozien, whom I was interviewing in the course of his own bio-documentary, and I mentioned that I was working on a project on the Asaba massacre, and his words to me were very clear, very simple. If you wish to work on this documentary, the person to speak to is Chief Chuck Nduka Eze. And the conversation, we were already friends, and it was a very easy conversation to start. What you will be viewing this evening is a culmination of 3 years of work, very hard work, very difficult work. Not so much in the sense of the rigors involved in making a film in the ordinary sense, but the nature of the subject, the difficult narratives inherent in making a film based on events of such a tragic nature that the effects still linger today. Chuck and I worked on this for 3 years, as I've mentioned. We traveled across two continents. The film was filmed in 3 continents: North America, Europe, and Nigeria, and we gathered the voices of great scholars, thinkers, observers, historians, but most importantly, we gathered the voices of witnesses to this tragedy, people who spoke of their pain, people who spoke of their recollections without agenda, sometimes without any form of judgment, simply narrating their experience, their tragic experience. And the nature of narratives around the Nigerian Civil War is thus that there are attendant polemics. The agenda-driven, sometimes disingenuous approach to events that took place during that war. What we sought to do here was to avoid that tired journey, that tired, disingenuous and unhelpful journey. What we sought to do was simply have people speak of their experiences, then have other compatriots speak in reference to those experiences in as objective a manner as possible. History is thus that it is often impossible to gather purely objective views because everyone has a subjective perspective. I'm sorry, the sound is a bit echoey. I do not know if someone can, probably address this for us. The film is 1 hour and 49 minutes long, so I'm not going to hold you here with long speeches. All I shall do is say thank you to people who have guided us along this path. I I first of all pay tribute to His late Royal Majesty, Asagwa Professor Joseph Chike Edozien. I pay tribute to Agumwani, his consort and widow. Please, come on. I pay tribute to the women of Asaba, who held the mantle of leadership in many respects after the war. I pay tribute to those on either side of this divide, this ethnic divide that is rife today, who choose to stay the course of fairness, equity, and truth. We want to thank those who have helped us along this journey. Many of whom are from the west of Nigeria, from the north of Nigeria, not from the east, but who simply said, this is a powerful story, this is a human story, and we need to support it. We want to thank Mr. Olumide Soyombo, who stepped up, had a difficult time, and supported this project. We salute him. Professor Victor Nzebu, who's on us other songs, you can understand he has a motivation, but his selfless support was invaluable. I want to thank our interview subjects, Professor Liz Bird, Professor Fraser Otenelli of the University of South Florida, who were very, very determined and produced a very powerful work of reference, which very much guided the film you see here. We pay tribute to the memory of Professor Imao Okocha, late Professor Imao Okocha, and whose book, Blood on the Niger, opened the door of inquiry. So many others we can thank. Mr. Shukor, who's here, who gave his time and his first immersion, as far as I know, in public on this subject was at the book reading of Professor Liz Bird and Fraser Otenelli's book at Quintessence 8 years ago. The first time I met Chuck, when many people chose to find something else to do that day to avoid being present, we had a very small number of very committed, very wonderful people, and Mr. Shashore was one of those. So salute you, sir. Mr. Gomez, another very, very powerful supporter of the course of this documentary, history consultant, and who also lent ideas in a useful way. I beg and be quite forthright in supporting something she believes in. God bless you, madam. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Pastor Tito Iguodalo, who's not here, whose support, moral support and spiritual guidance through the making of this film has been invaluable. He's not here, but we say thank you to him. And I want to acknowledge those who not necessarily involved in the project, but whose work in highlighting the need for us to look at ourselves. There's no such thing as, oh, this history is good or this history is bad. History is what it is. It's real. But we are human beings first. Remembering that in these conflicts that cause us so much pain, we are human beings. Every statistic is a human life. Those who engage in this conversation, one of whom is here with us, this is Mimi Shashore, whose very, very moving efforts at convening a conversation on the subject of trauma, healing after conflicts. Most recently at QFest really was very, very, very moving. Thank you very much. I think it is fitting at this point for me to invite the executive producer of this documentary, a man who I want to thank. Yes, it's his personal story in a sense, but I cannot tell you how hard it was to create this film. Not necessarily in terms of just cost or difficulty, but the emotional toll, I should say, that it took on many of those experience of conflict. First of all,
gentleman here, I wish to salute Chief Chocolate Gomez, Isamaje Asaba. You know, this is the monumental efforts of our brother, and I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry we're starting just a little late, but where we come from, we have a tradition that we always follow. We have the essentially Queen of Asaba in our midst. Once a queen, always a queen. So can I invite you all to rise up, and then when you do, to greet her, Agowine, Agowine, Agowine. So could you please all rise? 3 times. Agowine, Agowine, Agowine. Thank you so much. Well, even though we're from Asaba, as you know, Agowine is actually from this side of things. She's a Lagos Egba woman who fell in love with a certain chap in Asaba, and has now become not only an Asaba woman, but the queen of Asaba. And you know, yes, I mean you are. She's forgotten where she came from. So she's fully Asaba. Now, there's actually a sense to that observation, because you've come to watch Asaba Massacre. But the whole idea behind what we're doing is for Nigerians to understand and appreciate their responsibility for one another. What happens in Asaba should be of concern to everybody. And I'm glad to see that the effort we're making involves Nigerians. And many Nigerians have done so much to show us that we're on the right path. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. As you know, there's a panel discussion that will take place after the film screening. So I'll just invite Ed to get on with the screening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maji. Now, sorry, can we cue the film to start? Engineer, can you cue the film to start? And we have the lights off. Lights off, please, including this. Now. Can I plead for phones to be switched off, because it's a large hall and we don't want the sound too loud. So can I ask that we put our phones on silence or airplane mode, if we can manage it? Thank you so much. I'm sorry, it's not cute. We do need to start at the beginning with the sound, please. Lights off, please. All the lights.
The Asaba community has collectively and individually tried to seek answers to the tragedy that befell the town, to try and understand, at the very least, why it occurred, and to seek resolution if possible. 2 years ago, I embarked on this journey to create a visual document that traces the course of this tragedy as a part of the larger quest of this journey of inquiry in what is really a secret trust for Asaba. This journey has gone through 3 continents, engaging witnesses to the events who shared deeply emotional personal accounts, community leaders, respected scholars, faith leaders, and professionals with deep insights on the subject. The result of this 2 years' work is a deep 90-minute journey through the events of the tragedy at Asaba, told honestly by those affected by it, and we hope it provides a vista to the future. We invite you to please consider what you see with some understanding, with an open mind, with a certain human understanding of what is really a very critical aspect of Nigerian history. Thank you very much. Asaba, or Ahaba, as it is called traditionally, was founded between the 15th and 16th centuries. The descendants of its founder, Nebisi, established the quarters for Asaba today known as Umueze, Ubumanta, Umuago, Umuaji, and Umuanaji. I'm from the 4th quarter, Umuaji. The town's hospitable terrain and positioning on the banks of the River Niger made it a choice for European settlement at the dawn of colonialism, such that from 1884 to 1900, it was the headquarters of the Royal Niger Company, and therefore significant historically in this space
Were sort of marginalized. That afternoon, everybody started running. Oh, they have a film. There was sporadic shooting. Yes. We didn't know where the shooting was coming. The Biafran soldiers were telling us not to run, that nothing was going wrong. Then we have not seen Nigerian soldiers. Till all of a sudden,
issues, these are my problems. This matter was raised, and he apologized on behalf of the federal government. And they said, we accept your apology. We want some compensation for the massacre. If the massacre was given more publicity and put in proper perspective, it would be good development. Where is the son of man who can raise these issues in the National Assembly? That's where it should be discussed. Yes. Thank you for working with me in what has been a deeply emotional and personal journey. I can't pretend it's been easy, but as I said in the beginning, this was part of a sacred trust that would hold our community as a whole. A memorial of over 1,000 compatriots as our people, Nigerians, people that shared our humanity, cannot be an easy thing to contemplate. We may not get the answers we seek in relation to this inquiry in our lifetime, yet we owe it to both the existing and future generations to do our best in this journey of inquiry. May this work be yet another effort at healing and resolution, not just for our people, but for the entire country. The bell that tolled about 60 years ago for the country, tolled indeed for humanity. Thank you very much.
switches. I want to thank you all for coming and staying through. It's a very long film, and sometimes these issues are difficult, but we really appreciate you coming. And I also want to once again appreciate the sacrifice and effort of Chuck Ndokeze. Please. I actually left out gratitude to Mrs. Fatih Ndokeze. Thank you. Who really was a rock. No, I'm sorry, I know you're demurring, but really was a rock, a rock behind the difficult, emotional, wrenching process your husband went through. And likewise yourself. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate that? Thank you. I'm going to just ask the staff, is there any waiters here? Any of the waiting staff? We need to move the seats for the panel to the front of the... thank you. So there should be... Ms. Aduke Gomez, our first panelist. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. Next, I shall be inviting Leonard Silk. And next, I think there's a very advocates today. Can I invite Mr. Timola Akinwele SDN to the panel? Thank you. Just when you thought it was safe to walk out into the courtyard, can I invite Chief Chijioke Okoli SDN to the hot seat. Thank you. Chief. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we quiet down. We're actually trying to run a panel session here. Please, can we just have things quiet at the back? Thank you. Next, can I invite Chief Chuck Ndokeze when he's finished his paparazzi duties? Now, you put on the Meet, Google Meet. Put on Google Meet. Tell someone. Just now, we're just going to try and get Professor Ibrahim Gambo set up on Google Meet. What's going on that Sapphire here. Right, so I guess we'll just set the ball rolling. Can I ask once again for light in the hall? I beg of you, because we're struggling enough with the acoustics in the hall, but then every single bit of chatter actually feeds in. So can I beg you just to give us about 30 to 40 minutes of a bit of quiet? Thank you. So I'm going to start with Chuck. I mean, it takes a certain level of personal commitment to immerse yourself in such a difficult, strenuous emotional process. Not for 1 month, not for 1 week, but for several years. Having researched this, I know how hard you have fought, not for vengeance, not for anything other than just resolution in whatever form that we want, peaceful resolution, in whatever form that we wish to approach that. It is a certain depth. I know how hard it was for you to carry out the last scene of this film. I know how hard it was. And we as directors tend to get carried away by our need to get things done technically and forget that there's a human being behind that. And I learned very hard and very important lesson in human science. Chuck, I think you're incredible, but I would like you to share with us really the motivations, which we know, at least on the surface, what has driven you for so long on this quest?
Well, can I just start by thanking you all for making the time. I know how difficult, everybody's so busy. So for you to make our time on what is a very, very busy period to come here and be with us and spend all the time that this documentary took. Let me begin by calling you my heroes. Well, I suppose I could start by recognizing that when you suffer a loss of that magnitude, you challenge yourself to ask why. Why has this happened? Now, it's not a loss that is unique to me. It's a loss that is unique to Asaba. Because as you've heard, so many innocent, unarmed civilians who were entitled to protection were killed on that day. And many were killed even before and after. When you look at the Nigerian scene, you see so many similar unspeakable atrocities that have continued to happen in different parts of the country. So after a deep reflection, I came to the conclusion that perhaps one way to make the Asaba loss meaningful is to see or to explore how to use it to speak to the challenge that Nigeria is facing. There's a sense in which I felt that if the Asaba massacre had been taken seriously by the Nigerian government at the time, if they had actually given value to the lives lost, the impunity that continued after the war perhaps will not be as bad as it is today. Because if federal authorities can line up unarmed civilians who, even at the time, were Nigerians, essentially execute them, and the government itself knows and keeps silent, what do you think will be the mental culture of those soldiers who perpetrated that? It's an encouragement that they can do what they like, that they can continue to behave in any manner they so wish, as long as they're doing it to the people that are considered not very favored. So what I've tried to do with this story and with this experience is to struggle to make it relevant, to use it to interrogate many other challenges Nigeria is facing, which really borders on the same impunity. Is this surprising perhaps that recently is the United States that is now telling us about our problem and telling us that if the government can't protect us, they will come and protect us. do you not see a similarity between what you just observed, what you just watched, in a useful manner? To tell a story, to challenge a situation. I think that will be a more positive healing for me, and hopefully if I can get other Nigerians to also begin to embrace, because we to think to that thing, how can we make sense of this place called Nigeria? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. I'm going to go to Aduke. Now, I am well aware of your role as a public historian. And one thing I gathered in our conversation that you were very, you're pretty motivated, you're adamant that one of the ways that we process trauma is by speaking about it, writing about it, dealing with it, rather than avoiding it. Is that correct? And what are your thoughts on that?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. I do think that trauma has to be expressed. I think that if you keep it in, then either as a human being, as a community, as a country, it's going to come out, and it's not going to come out and have positive consequences. I first heard about this atrocity when I was one of the people. Oh, the echo is really.
Can you switch off that? Switch off that other mic.
It's all sound.
So what's the?
I think it's from the sun.
It's from what?
From the sun, bro.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. So what? I first heard about the atrocity when Ed had invited me to that event at Quintessence. I was one of the ones with Chuk and Shubo. And actually, watching the documentary when the lady talks about how there was rain at the end of the killing. I don't know if you both remember that night at Quintessence. It was raining really heavily. I got all goosebumps just at that. Okay. And I think sometimes trauma allows memory to slip, so that the years just go past and you're like almost in the space. So to go to your question, how do I deal with it? It must be spoken about. It must be interrogated, and whether it's film, poetry, books, or song, it must be brought out, because then it can be remembered and it can be excised from the body. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aduke. Ibrahim, Can you switch on your mic, please? And let's see if we can hear your voice. Ibrahim. Can you hear us? Okay, well, whilst you're getting used to it, we'll move to our next question. Mr. Shashere, obviously our interview was quite interesting because the vagaries of editing a digestible length that doesn't send everyone to sleep meant that a lot of your interview, some very powerful interventions from your interview had to be tragically left out. And in particular, I was moved by your conversation with the late great Mr. Chukura, SN, who incidentally was the older brother of Eddie Chukura, who was referenced as killed at Asaba. Can you share the impact this had on you and your perspectives on this tragedy, which are very eloquently expressed in the film?
Thank you very much. I'm sure the echo is as confusing to you as it is to us, but I'll try and get through. A great documentary, and thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm sure you all did too. I first heard about Asaba, not Asaba the town, but the Asaba of October 1967. I first heard of it in 1987. I was a youth corps, youth corps. And I was working with a distinguished gentleman called Chief Minister Chukura in Ibadan. And we used to go around doing cases across the country. And we were actually in Asaba. Just helping. On children in part-time, he mentioned in a very distinct way the pogrom. And I said, what did he mean by the pogrom? And that was when he told me about how he lost his brothers and how he just happened not to be in Asaba because he was in Ibadan representing Nigeria in his national football team. He was sometime captain and left back. Left back of the football. And he said it in such a matter-of-fact way. And I couldn't get any more information out of him because of the pain. It wasn't something he spoke about. And I spent almost 2 years with him. And I never got him to speak about it again. At that age, I was never aware of this. So I was surprised I'd never heard of it. And I was always a student of history. I was really shocked. So I went digging on my own. And I found out so much slightly better. And I went on finding on my own, and it became a passion of mine. And many, in fact, 2 decades later, I met Chuck, and the coincidence of our interests for different reasons, his very personal, mine of deep national interest. And I couldn't find any national records of this incident. In fact, a gentleman who I have the hugest respect for, Professor Anthony Kirk Green, an Oxford professor, colonialist, scholar, sometime administrator, and it's certainly a Nigeria expert, wrote 2 volumes called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, 1966 to 1970. He wrote the book in 1970. 1969. So it's one of the most contemporaneous records of history. And he spent approximately a page and a half on Azadam. This was no apologist. This wasn't somebody who was trying to sweep things under the rug. But a scholar of his time, there was a deliberate attempt to avoid the subject. And it wasn't done by him, it was just done by the news of the time. But inside those two volumes, if you're interested and you haven't got the books, the Oxford University Press, you can still buy them. Inside that book was Gowon's declaration in early 67, June of 67, which he gave the code of what soldiers should not do. And everything Gowon said that soldiers should not do, they did 4 months later. And you know, I've heard genocide, I've heard the premeditation. I have my views, and I'm not sure you want us to do this. But to answer your question, that's why I first came across that. And it's never left my mind that the collective memory in the history of this country as something that happened. You know, it must be mind-boggling if you've ever been accused of anything that you didn't do. I have. And it's crazy when you know something happened and somebody's not even acknowledging it. Imagine to a nation, I'm talking about an individual, imagine to a nation who has sort of a deleted memory. It's painful, it's not who we are, and it takes away from the greatness that we can be until we begin to be interested about such a significant incident in humanity, and how we want to make sure this never happens again.
Thank you very much, Senator. Just kind of like, I asked you a question about research, and you very definitely encapsulated this within the whole construct of erasure of memory. You know what I mean? Restraint of expression and its deleterious effects in the long run. A nation has to recall. Of course, I know you don't want to go into the legalities of the acts that were perpetrated, because as you rightly said, there's a lot of arguments on all sides as to what it would be, which is not what we're here for. The fact is that violence happened, and it wasn't done towards combatants. And I think we can, you accept that, and I accept that. Everyone here has no choice but to accept that, I hope. Ibrahim, can you hear us? Yeah. Can you tell them to sort out the sound? Okay, my apologies. We'll come back to you because the sound has a mind of its own this evening. So I'll go to the next panelist. Leonard Silk, another one. Mr. General Akirele, I happen to have sat behind you in court a few times in the last 30 plus 4 years, and your approach is pragmatic but very clinical and clear-eyed approaches to the law and to facts around the application of the law have always fascinated me. But my question to you would probably be along those same lines. Yes, my community does not seek retribution. Definitely not. Not has been said that suggests that the community itself very clearly defines its stance as being non-violent, non-retributional, simply about acknowledgement. Now, speaking to me not as a lawyer, but as a human being, what do you think? How do you think the community should approach the next steps, and any other thoughts you have about how we got to where we are.
May I ask for permission to speak from a standing position and with the voice of this circle? So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think the question provokes my reaction to this film. As I was watching it, I drew a precedent to what occurred in Vietnam in 1968. In fact, 6 months after the Asaba massacre, it's known as the Lai Mai massacre. I don't know if anyone is familiar with it. And in almost identical factual circumstances, we were faced with a breakaway of a faction of the American army. They entered into South Vietnam, which was friendly territory, entered this village of 500 and slaughtered women, children, babies, and elderly men. Not one man of combatant age. And it was such a horrendous slaughter that they engraved the names of their battalion on the bodies of the victims. It took an American pilot who was flying, who flew in and tried to mitigate what they were doing, but by then, of course, the worst had occurred. And of course, what happened after? There was a cover-up for many years until you had a whistleblower, survivors started to speak, and revelations came out. And it became the focal point of the resistance for coming out of Vietnam in America. And what happened 40 years after, eventually, that the general or the army officer who led it apologized. The secretary of the U.S. Army apologized. They went further to create a memorial. They went further to create museums. They funded it. There are pilgrimages from America to Vietnam trying to make atonement and trying to recapture that history, which was quite phenomenal. In fact, one of the American assailants there, who stole apparently a clock, returned the clock to the church. Between enemies, there was appeasement. So the question is, what do you do here in Nigeria? I think we first have to get the philosophy behind an apology. When you apologize, it's fundamentally a divine emotion. A man humbles himself and he sacrifices himself and he apologizes. And when you're strong, what I call the strong against the weak, you do not claim the ultimate against the weak. You find it in yourself to understand the humanity, what caused and why did it happen. And as a result, you're looking for wholeness. That the violence occurred, for whatever reason it occurred, the merits or demerits irrelevant. But what is the humanity? And in your pursuit of wholeness, you avoid what is called a triangle of necessity. So bringing it to Nigeria, what are the options? A minimum is an acknowledgement and forgiveness. Countries have never done it like America and Spain. America is the slavery, and Spain after Franco have been plagued with these problems. Countries like South Africa and Rwanda that did it has made a serious difference. And we're not talking about retributive justice. It's not about acknowledgement. And what you can do here, beyond acknowledgement, there are lots of options. Do you go into Asaba and assist in infrastructure? It could be schools, it could be in terms of the hospitals, it could be compensation for the victims, the children in terms of education, and in terms of literally looking at whatever will be linked to the civil war and the massacre that has assisted. And I think that these measures were a significant measure in ensuring that there is acknowledgement. Because no matter what you do, look at America during the Civil War, because I was a student of American history, and the first question I was asked in my A-level class was, only the dead see the end of war, which means that as long as you live, the psychological trauma continues unless you address the conflict by way of discussion. And the tragedy of the past, the world that never did it, that has shown that until you do that, you will never get the money. So my answer to your question is, there are congratulations. But the very minimum, to use what Dr. Ife said during the interview, that I apologize. I lost my relatives. I was forced to dance on their graves. That apology goes a long way. And I think you could have had a better time. In 2 years' time, it's going to be 60 years since we've had this. We have a president whose philosophy behind his reforms is called hope and reconciliation. It's spoken to the Ogoni people recently. This is an incredible opportunity to deal with that summer massacre. So the opportunity is there. It's low cost. It's high confidence building, and it's going to happen. It has to happen now. And if we don't do it now, we find generations never forget, because the conversation that goes on, what I call between the dead and the living, which is what Trump is doing, is that it is implacable in his resolution to find a sense of being assuaged. And when you have that passion, then it has to be answered at some point. If you look at what's happening in Spain now, you're finding the generation born in 1978 who are the grandchildren of the Franco era, where the grandparents decided not to do anything, are now asking questions. And we want to reopen the events and the evils that occurred during Franco's regime. So we have to do it when we have the opportunity. And that's what we say.
Thank you very much. What I will say is that, for many of you who have not actually seen Leonard Silk in court, I first saw him about 30 years ago when he was a lot younger, but it appears the fire has built up through the years, and in his advanced years. Thank you very much. But they're very powerful, because the reality is that you cannot, that question of that whole conundrum of forgiveness, but not forgetting, or not forgiving, not forgetting. As I has never said, we don't forgive, we don't forget. It goes beyond that. It's beyond the binary options of this way or that way. It's not more holistic point, but you address that quite adeptly. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Chief Chijioke Okoye. This is an interesting phenomenon that I feel, because about 30 years, or say 35 years ago, we will not be having this kind of conversation in the way we're having it. And I really want to, as an Igbo man, yes, to say that I'm looking at the Boron gentleman behind the screen. I'm looking at two Yoruba gentlemen and a Yoruba lady, simply expressing the truth. They have their own views, so just being able to say, let us, what is right, what is wrong, and that's the issue is, what is more important is our common humanity. And I want to thank you very much for this, because we do not know what it means to those who may not be speaking, but are listening. But I want to now put the question to Leonard Stand, because we are both pretty much from the same area. I could actually walk from my hometown to yours the whole day, but I was still able to get there. You saw the war as I did, although I was very little. And we carry the trauma of our experience. We carry the traumas that are often passed down from our elders. When you see the conurbation of views from a broad ethnic perspective that seems to say ills were done against the innocent, the nation needs to think about it. How does it make you feel generally? How does it make you feel?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My perspective is that it is in the enlightened interest of Nigeria the Asaba massacre and the wider problem that it represents. You know, people are hurt so badly. And if we're speaking about just one person or two, let's leave the morality of it. People say, well, from the logistics, one person who are nursing massive problems, it will not affect us so much. But you have a significant portion of your population. Nobody bothers. And a lot of things they are looking at, it is necessarily covered by that perspective. You see, you have a 9 or 10 gear vehicle, not going beyond gear 3 or 4. You're not going to go anywhere. So, the way I'm looking at it is that, yes, we look at Asaba, because Asaba was the epicenter of this tragedy. But let me tell you something. The entire Igbo in Delta all suffered massively. But another thing that you find shocking is that there appears to be a conspiracy not to talk about this. So much more that even a lot of the direct victims don't know about it. I'll share this with you. On a platform that I am, a lady who lives in Canada from Ibuza, well, you call it Ibuza, but the natives is Ibuza. Next time, she confessed that it was just a few years ago that she will talk with the father and the uncles. It's like there's a mental block. Shielding people from this monumental injustice. So like I said, they carry it away. It's also in the subconscious of the nation out in the open. As just as that memory is, we can't exercise that boost. In Igbo cosmology, when you have a serious tragedy that costs human life, especially on an industrial scale that we had in Asaba, that we all agree, as far as we say common ground, what happened, as far as I'm concerned, there's no how you slice or dice it was war crime. But we cannot just proceed as if it didn't happen. So I come back to my theme that we need to air it in the open. That way, we can now begin to take the work towards healing. Whether we like it or not, this idea of memorializing the Asaba massacre is particularly important at this moment. When we're looking at what is all over the place and see that the country has gone crazy, people are being killed left, right, and center. If we don't have accountability, that whoever it is, especially the agents of state, like what happened, could also perform training and get away with it, and then when people try to ask questions, you gaslight them and make them look like they're not patriotic. We're not helping ourselves. So my central theme is that it is the enlightened self-interest. Yes, as a Banese as a particular, but I do think that it is in the larger interest of Nigeria that we confront the problem of Asaba massacre. That way, we have to move forward. And I would close with the adage that the person who holds the other down is holding himself down because you need to be there to hold the person that was not going anywhere. So, unless you address the Asaba massacre and the grave injustices that it epitomizes across the board, it will be difficult for us as a nation, as a society, to make progress. So it's actually important that this conversation goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Ego. I think it's, you raised, as usual, I feel about putting my dear brother on the spot. What I would say, yes, he is government, but I love his ethical government face. And I want to just point out that the Asaba community, led by the current Asaba, led a delegation to His Excellency President Ahmed Tinubu. Very, very well received, very courteously received, and as you can imagine, the current Asaba of Asaba.
Sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The current Asaba is not a man that, or should I say, is not a traditional ruler that hides his feelings. He speaks his truth, and indeed made Asaba State to the president. Now, I actually do appreciate that the president himself had a difficult task, because how do you respond to that without a process of consultation? So it would have been probably rash of the president to respond, but I do not hold brief for him. But it is important to know that the community was received by the president, and it is my hope that that meeting is the springboard to further engagement, because I am not aware of it having happened in that manner previously. Now, Professor Pam, can you hear me? Okay. I'll get in front of the camera because there's watching the stream. Ibrahim, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I'm going to, you already have the question, so my question, I'm just going to read it out so that the audience here are aware of what I've asked, is that in the course of the interview, you spoke about how your mother, who is, in my books, a hero, a truly brave, strong, great woman, how she was able to rise above pain, to forgive. There is no one single path to dealing with trauma. The way I deal with it does not necessarily mean that somebody else has to deal with it that way. But you want to share with us that account and whether there are any takeaways for others who have faced trauma. And I do not, as I said, Asaba will deal with trauma. It is right to deal with it in the way it deems just. So just if you could share your story with us and any lessons from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, forgive me for looking at lost. The audio quality is a little challenging. Now, first of all, let me congratulate you for an excellent production. I think, I was very gripped watching this documentary by the content, but also by the quality. I think it's an excellent production. And let me extend my heartiest congratulations to Chief Chuck and Crazy for bearing the torch on this issue. I know how long and how hard you have worked on this, And I think, you know, this is a task that requires the doggedness and the commitment that you have shown, but also the maturity and the sense of responsibility with which you carry it. And I think this is a credit to the memories of all those who we honor. I first came across this Saba massacre, I think, when I read the book Blood in the Niger by Imam Kocha of blessed memory, who has been memorialized also in the documentary. And I think it's probably the most gripping and the most heartrending account that I have read of a war crime of this magnitude, or crime against humanity, to be more accurate. And then of course through the efforts of Chuck at the Okuta panel, where I had the privilege to serve as a special legal assistant. I think what you're doing, you're bearing the part for all of Nigeria and for all of our experiences with trauma. And the work that Justice Puta and his colleagues sought to do, I think, find expression in what you are doing, which is to bear witness of mass crimes and mass human rights abuses in Nigeria. I will refer to my personal story and the story of my family, but I think while that is not diminished in any way, I think the broader story that you tell gives the context for which we as a nation need to look towards a reconciling with our past. And reconciliation is important because that's the basis on which we can confidently move forward and heal from those things which have held us back. And this is a story of unrequited blood and unrequited tragedy. I mean, all the tears that have been shed, and all the trauma that people have carried from childhood to adulthood, and all of that has in many ways diminished us as a country and as a people. The story of my mother really is one that I personally draw very deep lessons from. And you know, the opportunity that she had to meet with an officer who, you know, was very familiar with our household, who was considered a brother officer by my father, and who, you know, was considered a welcome guest in our home. Who had unfortunately the awful task of coming to arrest his colleague and his boss at home, amidst the terror of the family at the time. She had the opportunity to meet him in 2000, and they did have a discussion on the events. And true to the person that she was, and she passed away many years ago, he was grateful for the opportunity to meet with him, and even more grateful for the opportunity to express her forgiveness for the events that have occurred, for his role in the murder of her husband, and to pray with him and to seek God together, not as victim and perpetrator, but as two human beings who stand before God in judgment for all the things that God holds us accountable for. And difficult as it is, I think this is what as a nation we must confront. The ability to face one another and to heal. And for the memorial of the souls that perished in that awful massacre in Asaba in October 1967, I think that is what Nigeria owes to the people of Asaba and to the lineage of all that perished on that day. Not only were people killed so horribly. But even those who were left alive also, in many ways, suffered death at the hands of their perpetrators. And I have worked in context, in investigating war crimes, investigating genocide, and bringing charges of genocide against the sitting head of state. But I think and I see that the path forward is one of forgiveness and reconciliation. And I commend not only Chuck, who has driven this effort, but also the people of Asaba, who have shown such extreme restraint, such cultured maturity, that is a model for all of us to emulate, and is a model that I think is told in this, the story of which is told in this documentary. And so I look forward to the outcome of all of this, which may be in our lifetime, which may not be, but I think that this torch which we bear, Chuck and Ed and all the colleagues who have worked on this, particularly the folks at the university in South Florida, in memorializing these terrible events, and for the people of Asaba, I do commend you for it, and I hope that this torch will shine bright and bring healing to our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ram. Thank you very much, eloquent as usual. And what I will say is, may your mother's soul continue to rest in peace. She really is a beacon of light to a world that really needs more of her ilk. The people of Asaba, I would also say, the ability to Hello. Sorry, let me switch off here. Not your sir. The microphone on my laptop, switch off, please. Thank you. Now, as we end the panel's interventions, I'm just going to call on Chief Chuck again, just say one or two last words before we throw it open to questions. Because I can see my sister-in-law toward getting slightly rested. You definitely have an opportunity to ask a few questions. So, Chuck.
Well, I just wanted to share with you some brief experience about the nature of killing people. You see, Asaba Massacre gives a particular illustration that when you take a life, there's actually a consequence, whether you acknowledge it or not. The two gentlemen who commanded the 2nd Division and who essentially perpetrated the massacre. One became president of Nigeria 6-7 years later. The other became the governor of Kwara State. What Nigeria needs to interrogate about the nature of responsibility is how Murtala, who was our president, was killed in a Dimka-led coup. And at the same time, Lieutenant Colonel Taiwo, who was in a totally different location in Kwara State, was killed at the same time. Murtala and Colonel Taiwo
one was commander, one was deputy. They were responsible for this massacre. We don't celebrate that. We don't celebrate that they came to an unfortunate end. But we find it curious that coup has nothing to do with Asaba, has nothing to do with an Igbo man. It was a coup masterminded by fellow Northerners. But I think it's very challenging to think that there might be no relationship or correlation between responsibility, accountability, and how those two gentlemen came to that end. It's something that the country needs to try and explore. So even though Nigeria somehow decides to be a bit coy, a bit immature on issues of accountability and impunity, there's a high price and the country is paying that price. Now you were told that when those people were being marched to Obosewa, they were singing "One Nigeria, One Nigeria." Now anybody who understands what it takes to have a nationalistic feeling, you know what a flag is. When a man or a woman raises the flag that represents what you are, it's supposed to mean a lot. So when you have fellow Nigerians singing "One Nigeria," and the army of Nigeria, who is supposed to protect them, lines them up while singing "One Nigeria" and executes them, the implication of that is that somehow our national flag was violated on that day. And we need to go back and see what to do to resurrect it. Because if you think carefully, we have not known peace. We have not found peace, even though the war has ended. It's because the spiritual aspect of what we are was destroyed there. That's my personal feeling. It may not be shared by others. But I think the nature of the struggle Nigeria has endured since this war ended speaks to some of these unspeakable crimes that we try to sort of sweep under the carpet. Now, I'll end by sharing an experience. The American authors who wrote a book on Asaba Massacre were contacted by the son of Lieutenant Colonel Taiwo, who is a very, very senior army officer presently. He's actually a brigadier general. Oh, there you are. He's a major general. And I think he's also head of military intelligence, army intelligence in Abuja. Somewhere along those lines. Anyway, he contacted them and said he wanted to do something about Asaba Massacre. That the nature of that atrocity meant a lot to his family. And that his father during his life never knew any peace. That each time he was going out of the house, he would say, "Oh well, I may not come back, something terrible might happen to me." And when got tired of hearing this, he said, "Why are you so morbid? Why are you always talking about dying?" And he said, "I don't deserve to live because of what I did in Asaba." So that's a human story. So the day he went out and did not come back, the mom felt he always said this was going to happen. So personally, he felt there was something he could do himself to assuage whatever Asaba people felt as a way of perhaps the family showing some contrition, some apology, that it might help them to get past it. So he got in touch with the writers and he wants to reach Asaba Asaba community. So they said, well, the chap we're working with in Nigeria is there with you. We can share, we can talk to him. And if he wants to discuss with you, we can share your details. I was open to that because I'm exploring with others what Asaba can teach Nigeria and what Nigeria can learn from Asaba incident. So I said I was happy to talk to him. And he got in touch with me. And after a few initial conversations, we met up at IBB Golf Course in Abuja. And he was quite nice, welcomed me very well. Was in fact introducing me to everybody as his brother from another mother. We dined, we ate together, we drank together. And at some point, it looked so normal. I was saying to myself, well, here am I having dinner with somebody whose dad may have shot my mom. But it just speaks to the oddity of life. I related to him as best I could. I'm sure it wasn't easy for him either, but we had a good afternoon. He persuaded me to learn some golf because it was a golf course. So I was taken to the golf course and he was teaching me the early rudiments of golf playing. We had about 4 or 5 hours that day. So I told him what I thought he could do, that we had a memorial coming up, and he could come to Asaba. We can invite him, and I'll speak to the Asaba and other stakeholders so that he can come and participate in that year's anniversary. He said he needed some consent and permission from the army, that he will go through that in the next few days and let me know if it will work. In due course, he came back to us. I discussed with the Asaba of Asaba and our committee. So Asaba said, well, it's your responsibility. Our people will listen to you. Just try and prepare the ground so that he will be well received. The gentleman came to Asaba just 2 days before the anniversary, called me that he had arrived. Then the next day, he called me to say he has a problem, that he wants to come and see me and the Asaba of Asaba privately. So I tried to find out what the problem was. So he said the consent he got from the Nigerian army had been withdrawn and he's been asked to proceed back to Abuja. I'm doing this because he may well be listening to me. He follows everything we do. He's a very senior army officer. Is a human dilemma that he has to share with him. So he wasn't able to do what he wanted to do, and he proceeded back to Abuja. I think it was subsequent to that he became Major General.
He was the commander of the Peace Corps in Ethiopia.
Yes, so you know him. So now I share this with you for you to understand the difficulties that even those who want to do the right thing, the difficulties they face. Because the Nigerian space continues to indulge evil. But we all have a responsibility to say it must stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we take questions, I'm just going to point out very publicly, before this event, Major General Taiwo messaged me and said, Ed, Yunchok, what do you need from me towards this? There are many things we could have asked him for, asked him to come, do this and that, but we think he has shown enough character by acknowledging we didn't want him to do any more in this respect. The very fact that he made an approach is enough. He has done enough at this stage, and we thank him. So, Major General, thank you very much. We do appreciate that, and we hope that there will come a time when, holistically, we can all hug each other and ask that the past be put behind properly. Thank you. Now, questions. I'm sorry, time is fast spent. I have been standing since 6 o'clock. I am tired, and I'm also retired. So I'm going to ask. So, first question.
Mine is very quick.
Of course. I was actually looking at you and I was asking you any questions.
This has been so emotional and so incredibly moving and horrific. And God bless you all, and God bless the people of Asaba. I just wanted to know what you're going to do with the documentary. What's the plan? What's the itinerary?
Okay, I think that's of course, I'll give the microphone to Chuck to express his thoughts, and then I'll take it from there.
Well, first of all, we're sharing this story with you because the life of this documentary is as good as you make it. Right? We experienced it. We brought the experience to you. You own it as much as we do. It's a Nigerian tragedy. Okay. So once we finish this exercise, the whole idea is to educate, enlighten, right? But what follows from it is beyond me. It's beyond Ed. It's all a question of how Nigerians want to address that challenge and other challenges. I think our own part.
Yes, we will be submitting for festivals because that's one of the most efficient ways of disseminating to a wide audience. And our next stop from here is New York at the Harvard Club. It will be screened, and hopefully we'll have many of you are out there and we'll have stakeholders out there. We just want people to watch this film to absorb this message as wide a range as possible. So please, whatever help you can render, I will accept. Thank you. Next question. Okay.
Mine is not a question, actually. My name is Robert Umbono. Chok, I think this history has given you something that you will have to carry, in the sense that, yes, it was an Asaba massacre, but there are very deep questions to be asked about the Nigerian Civil War. I wasn't around for the war, but I remember coming back 1972 and driving to the east with my parents. And I saw bullet holes in buildings. And I asked my dad, 72, I must have been 8 years old. Yeah. But why do all the buildings have holes in them? And that's when he tried to explain to me that there was a war. Subsequent after that, we had a particular houseboy. His name was Romanus, who said he was a Biafran soldier. So when he finishes his domestic duties at home, he will sit us down and tell us about how the war, what happened, how he killed people. But anyway, where I'm going to with this is there were other war crimes that were perpetrated on the other side. Yes, soldiers fought with soldiers, but there was no reason for the other side. So the question is, there must be some kind of, the history of that era that has to come back. We cannot keep avoiding it. So maybe you have started with Asaba, but it's something that requires us to come together as a country and ask the right questions. What happened? How can it be remembered? How can we ensure we don't go through another experience like this? Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you. My name is Chidi Anya, but I think the thoughts I will share is first to thank Chok for this. But in thanking Chok and Ed, it's also important to understand the spiritual nature of this journey. I was sharing with my brother here that it was not an accident that the chief perpetrator died on the road and his assistant died on the road. And the first son of the perpetrator died on the road. And I believe that the blood of Asaba people still cries like Abel's blood. And that is all.
My name is also Chidi Moma. They say that if you don't learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it. And one of the biggest concerns I have is that history is not a subject that seems to be taught in schools anymore. And we see the possibility of history repeating itself. I look at my brothers in the East, some of them who were not born or have no remembrance of what war actually looks like and what happens during war. And the way sometimes, and I agree that we cannot deny that there is marginalization of the Igbos. I'm not sure that an armed struggle is the way we want to go to address it. We don't need any more repeats of the Asaba massacre. We don't need any more armed conflicts. We don't need any more Kwashiorkor incidences. We don't need any more war crimes. And if there was a way that history, and maybe somebody can tell me if it's a myth or a story that's made up that history is not taught in schools anymore. If it's back, fantastic, and it needs to be concentrated. It needs to be concentrated. It's not to teach us European history, not even West African history. Let's start from Nigerian history and work backwards so that things don't repeat themselves. Thank you.
Hi there. Can you hear me? Do I need to get up?
Sorry.
That's right. My name is Iriti. I think I heard about the Asaba massacre either from Ed or from Obi. I'm not sure whether it was you or Obi Asika. It was you, right? Because we're on the same group and we discuss these things. But I don't think whatever it is that we've discussed, it was nothing like what I saw this evening. And really is one of the harrowing stories that I've ever heard. And watching Miss Onyeka recount how she felt and knowing that she was dead, that really connected and affected me. Because it was almost like she was speaking for them right now, and we're all hearing from all those who were killed in Asaba. So thank you so much. I almost didn't come. I got here though. I'm glad. I was going to take the easy route and watch it on YouTube, but I'm so glad I didn't. Thank you, Chooks. I don't know you, but thank you. I have a question. Actually, I have perhaps two questions. You mentioned about the Okuta panel. I didn't grow up here, but I do know about the Okuta panel. I'd be stupid not to. What were your expectations? Yes, it allowed for, the victims and families to tell their stories and to be able to excel and actually say, you did this to me and I want you all to hear. But I've never heard anybody tell me what good Okuta panel was beyond talk. So I'd like to know what your expectations were. I would also like to talk to my dear brother Shirpo. You're a historian like Ed, and the question that our brother asked there about the teaching of history in our schools, much as it is back, that is something of a falsehood. There are no teachers. That is the point. And so, as my walking historical references, how do we get to fix that? And I'm going to embarrass you. Neither of you are broke. I will volunteer for whatever you need. He will volunteer for whatever you need. But we need to find a way to get those teachers, to get the history taught. And especially because we have a young generation that is coming up, that are watching what's going on right now and the massacres that's happening across the world. Nigerian young children, Gen Z, like my son, they're speaking up for Gaza. How do we empower them to speak up for Asaba? How? I keep saying to everybody, learn from the Palestinians. Watch how the Palestinians organize. They didn't seek permission. They didn't plan it. They just got caught up. October 7th happened and it took over the world. And they made sure nobody forgot. So how do we make sure nobody forgets what's happening in Asaba? Indeed, the Biafra War, but fundamentally, truth and reconciliation that's going to take us forward. Thank you.
Once talking, I'm going to pass. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pass the phone to. I'll pass the phone to get your questions. We can deal with them once they sit up.
Good evening, everyone. So it's not really a question. I was torn initially and whether or not to speak. But then I decided that I think I should speak. So I'll introduce myself properly. I'm the Director General of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments. The first time, this is a very interesting story. The first time I ever heard about the Asaba massacre, I got a call from a friend of mine in Malaysia that there was an exhibition at the Red Door Gallery. By then I wasn't the DG, by the way. And we wanted to do a virtual tour of all the pieces in the gallery. So I have pictures of every single piece that the gallery put up on my phone. So that was the first time I heard about this. So fast forward to now, as the DG of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, I want to make a statement, a personal statement that I believe you should submit an official request for the Asaba Memorial Museum, and I assure you personally the Commission will take it seriously. We will do everything, I will do everything in my personal capacity. The Commission will do everything we can to ensure that we push it up the right channels and ensure that a befitting museum for the memory of what happened is actually established. And this is so ironic because just this morning, I was on a call with the Attorney General in Abia State, the Commissioner Tourism in Abia State, about how we can revamp the War Museum and the Jukus Bunker. So to come for this event on the same day is quite crazy. So please let's get an official request and let's push this properly. Thank you.
Wow. What God cannot do does not exist. Alright, so I'm just going to pass the microphone to Dr. Irichi's question. That's quite common. But before I take yours, I just want to say something about what he said. Because we've regarded this Asaba massacre as a Nigerian issue. Each time we do anything, we try to involve Nigerians. So I remember the way he came to my attention many years ago was I was struggling to fund various things that I was doing. And I ran into Olumide Shuriobo, who is very close to him. And he calls me Ebo. He's my aburo. He does quite a lot of fascinating things in the tech space. So I said, Olumide, come. I'm having this challenge. I'm trying to do this thing. It's very important to me. And what I like, he just spoke. He said, send me the proposal. Let me have a look at it. I might do something. Sorry. So I put together this proposal and I sent it to Olumide. And it's Asaba massacre. It's nothing to do with Lagos or Southwest or all that. But he felt sufficiently moved. He said, okay, this aspect of it, I can fund this aspect. What do you need for it? So I sent him some materials around it. And he just wrote the check and funded it. His name is not Emeka or Chuks or Chok. It's Olumide Shuriobo. It just speaks to the strength that exists in this space. Where Nigerians are actually great. One of my best friends is sitting up there, Demola Kirili. There's nothing I don't disturb him with. Yeah, I'm sure he knows chapter and verse of Asaba massacre because even he has had to be dealing with quite a number of it. So why is it so? It's because of how we are. We're not really, at the end of the day, defined by these games that I think naughty politicians are playing. My wife is she's a northerner, and her father was a prominent man in the Nigerian army. So it just speaks to the complexity of what you're dealing with, right? Now, so what he said here, he was one of the people that Olumide brought on board to deal with one of the things that he funded at the time. You know, when I saw his name came up a few years ago, I just smiled. I said I won't trouble him. I could have gone to him and also, oh, you did this for me before, come and do this for me again. But I said no. But you see how things work. He came here on his own and offered to do it. And that's the nature of what my experience had been. And that's why, despite the atrocities we're talking about, I still have faith in this space called Nigeria. Yes, and that's how we met as well. Listen, I brought her, you know, Aduke is something of a, her own historian approach is very, very different. But I said, you're going to do this work, no payment. He said, that's new. So eventually I compelled her to come and give her assistance and next to nothing really. No, so to answer your question, which I'm struggling to remember now. What was my expectation? We didn't go there with any great expectation. What had happened, if you recall, is after many years of a military administration, military incursion in our space, we had this promise of democracy. So Obasanjo came in. And because he had also gone through some terrible experiences, he felt that those things should be looked into, should be investigated. So when the Oputa thing came up, it was an exciting opportunity for us to speak about this incident that we've never been encouraged to speak about. You may not know, I've actually been on 3 occasions guests of the Nigerian Security Services because of our South massacre. But I'm happy to also say, once they got to understand, they even provide me security support. It just shows you Nigeria is quite a place. So we went there feeling we had an opportunity to address a national issue. We tried to address it. The panel was very encouraging, took the evidence. Perhaps for those who recall, once uncomfortable issues started coming up, once people like Babangida were being kind of held to account, I'm not in a position to say rightly or wrongly, but issues were arising around very powerful people. The inevitable permanent injunction came up, and we're still injuncted today. So the Oputa panel, the report, the recommendations and everything is the subject of an injunction unknown to law that is obtained till today. But in terms of our expectation, we met it in a way because we had a platform to talk about it. It was on national television, it was on the newspapers, and it was the first time a lot of people were actually hearing about it. But Oputa panel suffered the fate of so many great things that have potential in Nigeria. But I think we can begin to challenge those things.
Thank you very much. I really feel bad about troubling you because my mind came straight from the office. Before you go back to the office, I hope not anyway, but it's like a busy area.
This comment doesn't really. So it's an attack. It's finally your problem. Exactly. I know where I'm catching. But the truth is, everybody's concerned, and it's about teaching the teachers. We've got in the period of inertia, we not only lost history from the curriculum, we lost the pipeline of history teachers. And the teachers who teach
So it's going to take a while to get the teachers to teach the teachers. And but the curriculum is back. To get it into the classroom, I think you need a cycle and a half. And even at that, we need a new design. I don't know who said somebody said it, not just teaching us European history, I forget now. Yeah, that was Chidi that said it. But to really get into the impact society-related history. So, yeah, it's going to take a while.
Thank you very much. So we're going to our last question because a lot of artists of our brothers have to go and do minicap, but we're in Lagos. So I'm going to pass the microphone to you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ife Oji. I've known Mr. Chalk for a very long time, and it's so funny. I didn't know this component of his very rich history, even from a personal point. So I think I have a comment and I have a question. Okay, recent eulogy that I listened to, the minister said that 100 years from now, we will all be gone. Looking at this documentary from a time capsule point of view, what is the one message that you would want the viewer, the discoverer of your capsule, to leave with, from an emotive point of view, from a didactic point of view, and also from a general informative point of view? And then my comments is very, very simple. I hear what Ireti said regarding there not being any teachers, but I'm a strong believer in extracurricular teaching. Luckily, we're in a technology age, and we know that there are a lot of educative materials that don't necessarily fall within the curriculum, but that can form part of the larger collective way of understanding. I would encourage the makers of this documentary to look into that. EdTech is one way that is almost, I wouldn't say pervasive, but has found its way through video games, through Roblox, through whatever, to our children and possibly our children's way of understanding and learning. And that is probably something we could look at. So my question is over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so just take one very last comment from the Sapphire Brigade and we can round up.
Good evening, moms and daddies. So I'm just going to buttress what Auntie Ireti said and what my other beautiful auntie said. I'm Gen Z, and I got to hear about the Asaba massacre from Uncle Ed. I haven't heard about it before. I'm just watching the documentary now, and it's quite sad. And on Twitter, there are a lot of uninformed youths, uninformed Gen Z, and we're just all out there blabbing and making mouths and asking for war. And I know we're asking for the war because we haven't actually witnessed a war. So to also buttress the part about getting this information into schools and to the youth, I feel we should harness the use of tech, like Auntie said, and find a way to get the youth along. It is to create animations that children can watch, or just something to carry the youth along, because not much youth read newspapers or documentaries like we have here now. We have less youth in the room, and I feel we should find a way to incorporate the youth in history learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to deal with the question seriously. What do we seek, or do we seek to achieve with this documentary? Now, I can speak for John in the sense that our expression, resolution. Resolution is a very important term because, yes, there's a part on people to learn. I mean, speaking for myself as a historian, as a filmmaker, let me speak about my own personal experience. I was learned of the Asaba massacre in 1976. I went to Mr. Chris's opticians at Tinubu Square in the old Casa de Fernandez when I was locked down. He was on the first floor. And the gentleman, very well dressed, wearing a brown suit with 100 glasses. My father was like, this is Justice Idibe, Justice Chike Idibe. I shook his hand, and when we walked downstairs, my father pulled me close. His father was killed at Asaba during the war. I knew a lot of stories about the war at that time because we had been in Biafra. I never heard of the Asaba massacre. And my father continued to talk about it through the years. He would speak about it, and every time he speaks about it, he would shake his head, and his words would be, Yadiba, let it be. So for me, working on this documentary, don't let anybody lie to you that you walk into a documentary like this, not thinking that there might be consequences for you. People will look at you and think, IPOB. They will look at you and think, are you plotting against the Nigerian state? Yeah. So as a shop knows, I don't do like this. I say, other people will say, LA. My road is always direct, but with conviction, because I'm a Nigerian, proud Nigerian. But I think being a proud Nigerian means that you can look at your country with the place where it has pimples and its face is smooth, and say, look, what is wrong is wrong. I can look at the war and say there were atrocities committed by Biafran soldiers here, there, and the other. It is wrong. We can say that whilst we acknowledge the pain that we felt personally, because collectively we have to agree that there is a better way to be, and we can be better, whether we are from Accra or we are from Karanamoda, where there is impunity, lack of consequence for evil. You cannot progress as a society, and you cannot say, oh, my people did evil, but you see we were wronged. No, it's wrong. Like people who want to start a new war. All I will say is this: we can preserve videos, we can preserve photographs, but one thing that you cannot transmit, which will probably help people who like war, is the smell of war. If you've ever smelled dead bodies constantly, the smell of hunger, fear, it has a smell of its own. One exhibit at Imperial War Museum was a World War I trench, where they managed to replicate the smell of the World War I trench. Trust me, when you spend, you exhaust your senses of smell. Somebody has people next to you, you get used to it. No, not the smell. Not the smell of death. So maybe if it was possible to preserve the smell, maybe people would think twice about wanting to start another war. When you get to a point where you're losing people so frequently, you cried about the first one, you cried about the second, by the time the 12th relative has died, you are numb. When you experience that, then you know that it was, when I made a documentary on Biafra, a guy called Chinyaka, whose brother was Uchendu, the guy who, he talked about when we joined the Biafran army, we thought it was like James Bond. You go there, you shoot
fight, you die. Tomorrow, you come back again and fight. The reality was different. However, that does not mean that the people that are wronged should not defend themselves. But there's a point, can we have war, please, So there are many lessons around the purpose for this film. I've spoken, have been very eloquent about his own reason, which is why I felt I must speak about mine. Because I could equally have refused to work on this. I know that what I was paid, and I can talk about it, is here. What I was paid was probably exhausted in expenses after the first 6 months. I collected an allowance, not a fee, and I stayed with my full chest proud. It was not about making money. It was not about financial reward. And I am proud to have worked on this. Because it is a legacy, an historical legacy of our people. As Fela used to say, when you record the album, say, okay, I'm not singing again, I've left you for. But then we want people to watch this. We want people to absorb the lesson. What is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. And I want to comment, I say it again, everything in Nigeria is always on ethnicity, on tribe. You look at the social media stats, you're like, okay, let me check, where is this person from? Why is he saying that? None of these people here, in this, and the guy behind there, have any reason to say, oh, we stand with Asaba. They could have avoided being here, but they spoke for what is right. Really has no reason, he could just have kept quiet, shaking my hand and gone home. He says, look, let us support what is right. And what is right means just accepting, look, that morality is not complex, really. Sometimes we muddy it. For whatever subjective reasons. And that's, once again, what we're trying to do here. Finally, the last part of what next, we're open to ideas now. We're open to ideas. We can't do everything. Let's put his effort where his mouth is. Is anybody else coming up with ideas? Talk is not hard to find. And the only way I can add value, I will always do it. So please, that's where I ask. That also answers the question. People don't know, which is why it's like we used to read comics when we were younger. World War II comics. Where one man with 100 people and then one have two sausage and chips out like it's easy. I don't hear. It's not like that. War is horrible. It's horrible. And we've been working on a documentary about trauma. Not just the trauma of those who face pain or lost people, but those who killed and whose pain and distress is even worse than those who lost somebody. People who went to the grave with pain. And I just want to talk about my sister, talk about trauma. When I made the Biafran documentary, I spoke to your brother. And he talked about how one of our finest, Professor Ben himself, a brave man, a strong man, who suffered from the consequences of just seeing pain and violence. He would wake up in a cold sweat. That is the legacy of war. All this Hollywood visions of war is nonsense. Nonsense. So please, let's not carry away.
Well, so I don't ignore my young daughter. I knew her when she was 12, 13 in England, so you can imagine. Not to ignore her. He said, what's the takeout? What can people take from this going forward? We didn't plan that our friend would come here and make the statement that he made. Totally driven by his own sense of association with the moment. He's come across this issue about 4 or 5 years ago, right? And here he is again having to deal with it. So on his own, he felt something should be done about it. That's what this sort of efforts produce. You have somebody who now says, oh, this thing is important enough, I'm going to engage it. So to some extent, hopefully that gives you some comfort. It's never a wasted effort. Even if this possibility was not there, we would have done this for future generation. It's out there. You can relate to it. You touch the internet, online. Asaba Massacre is there in your face. We know some people who perpetrated this. Each time this thing is in the news or is in the newspapers, I actually feel sorry for them. You saw Onyeka Wenu relating to it tearfully. I was the victim. I was comforting her. Right? Now, but I want to end by giving you a message that Asagba of Asaba delivered in London. He kind of wondered, how is it that despite the enormity of this carnage, Asaba seems to have grown from strength to strength. At the end of the war, you couldn't easily find a man in Asaba, just women. But if you go to Asaba today, it's a bustling metropolis. So he felt that blood, under that Asaba blood, is kind of propelling her forward. It's a capital of what would easily be the Delta region. How did that come to be? And apparently, if you investigate the many other locations of atrocity, they tend to rebound. So there's probably something there we can all go and study to know why that is. So please, we've always made it clear that we don't want to be insulted by the Nigerian state offering us money, thinking that what we're doing is about compensation and that low level of engagement. We are trying to make the Nigerian government govern properly. Governance is a continuum. These things happened 50-something or 60-something years ago. But President Tinubu, I was actually with the Asaba of Asaba when we went to see President Tinubu and made the opening remarks. And it was quite instructive that from the 3-4 issues that the Asaba raised with him, the one our president did not address was the Asaba Massacre. I don't want to take any negative impressions from that, but hopefully the government is listening to us. And sometimes good things take time, even from the government. Now, before I hand over the microphone to close, I have a gentleman here that is very much what Asaba represents in terms of decency. I've known him practically since I was born, and he actually came out from his, I would say, hospital bed to be here. So I hope you don't mind. I would like you to just say a few thank you words to our guests, being that you're my oldest brother here. That's my daughter, it's you. So I'll give the microphone. Please don't stand up, just sit. He's Prof. Ofili Ngozi Ofili, and he's a very distinguished Asaba and distinguished Nigerian. Please just say a few words.
Well, I'd like to thank Chuck and then all of us here for very evening, I have to say. A lot of very, I would like to call it very things came about. And I look forward to where we will take it. The most important thing that was said is that in this gathering, I feel a sense of thinking of Nigeria. We're actually talking about Nigeria as a place. That's really the most important thing that's come across. Chuck, very, very well done. All of you, very, very encouraging. Good way to end the year. And start the new year. Thank you.
Senior off, I haven't seen you in 40 years, and you haven't changed much, let's be honest. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank our panelists. I really want to thank them. Before we watch the live microphone, I think the substance of what you delivered here is probably worth a lot more than my 1 hour of my meeting. Thank you. Professor Graham Khan, thank you very much. I'm sure you can hear me. If you can't, thank you. To the audience, everyone, you were one of the first to come, and you stayed to the end. God bless you. Thank you so much. He's very modest, but I think I want to thank an incredible friend, a real friend of Nigeria. There's a lot of narratives, but Mr. Lee has been with us for almost, in fact, watched the Dr. Panel proceedings religiously every evening, as you recounted to me. So is the Consul General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Lagos. And he's been around for a while right now. And then, in fact, he doesn't want to leave us because he's married to our sister. So technically, he's our in-law. From Delta. She's from Delta. He went to water side. Thank you very much, Michelle. Thank you so much for coming. Everyone here. Is here, our co-holder, who, the genius that produced that incredible work. Also, what's important, the work he did for Asaba. The artwork aims of the deceased. I don't want to use the word victims. All of you here, Iriti, GD, everyone, thank you for coming. To Mario, wherever you are, I know you're probably tired of us. Thank you very much, Mario. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Sai. The Ben TV crew.
Well, I suppose I have the privilege of having the last words. So, if there's anybody who has suffered so much, from the nature of the journeys that I've been making, is I won't call her my poor wife because she's rather rich. my wife, Fatima, and kids. And today I have my daughter here as well. And Ed has just mentioned Mrs. Okeke, Sylvia. Very, very, very close to me. But what you don't know is her son is just 15 years. He's autistic. He is probably one of the greatest artists we have in the country, in the terms of the nature and scale of the works he does. Early last year, he won the Guinness Book of Records for the largest art piece in the world. Before he did that, he did a huge collage for us when we did the art. Yes, the art show in the Red Dog Gallery. It was the biggest artwork we had in that exhibition. and it had the names of all the victims. He actually put it in there, so it's a sacred piece. So we always look to her with a lot of gratitude. I have I won't call her boss wife. Boss is about your wife I'm talking actually. Because, when both of you were dating, I knew both of you somewhat separately. Because Toro was of my Patakot fraternity friends, the Ellas, the Alaguas, and then coincidentally she turned out to be dating my cousin. So sometimes, go to your place in Lover's Green and go to her place, and early this year, I ran into your daughter, who I actually know, but I have not met. And now she's pushing quite a lot of these things we're doing. So it just speaks to the power of the life we live. Met her parents before she was born, and now we're doing great things with her. Mrs. Moma, your husband, I run into from time to time. We just greet ourselves tangentially. I think it's closer to Dimola, my friend here, right? So when you said you're coming with somebody, I didn't expect it was him. Because I actually know him, right? So I thought you were coming with one of your female friends, and he said, Chidi Mama. So I mentioned it to Dimola, and I guess what? That our old friend is coming with the wife. So thank you so much for being here and being here together. Because when couples go to a function, it speaks to the significance of that function to them.
And the poster is on the most.
Truly did. All right. Okay. Before I come to Shoko, who has been a fellow traveler in this journey for many years. You all know him. His background, his historical works speaks eloquently, about him. Is this madam? Well, my wife knows you. She's the one that talks about you. She's the one that talks about you. She said, I know Mrs. Shafsharek. I said, well, I don't know her. I know the husband. So you're known in my house through my wife. Thank you so much for coming. We have a very distinguished elder Nigerian, Dr. Suleiman. When the chap said, oh, Dr. Suleiman. I said, Dr. Suleiman. He said, Dr. Suleiman. I said, that's a very well-known name. He came in here very proudly and took his seat, the gentleman that he is. So thank you so much, sir. I have a bunch of young friends. Belinda, she's a beauty queen from a place called Carousel. But she's now married to a Smith. And she's come with a bunch of her friends that I've had the privilege of knowing. I can see Aziza there, I see Ada. They keep us young. Even my wife knows I now have young friends. And they have daughters too. So,
Excuse me, I'm too young to be a mother. I'm too young.
Well, you're actually their mom. So, we have a lot of friends. Actually, Ghana, who's done so much with me over the years. Always a trusted hand. I can see my cousin hiding behind Chidi. He always hides. Felix Onka, great big brother. You never know just how important he is because of the way he carries himself. Felix, thank you for coming. I have a little Aka, also Janice's friend. There's a young man from DC. He's been doing sterling work for us over the years because we don't always have money. So sometimes we want things done, we call Ogochukwu. We say, I know you pay whatever, and you do things even with his own money. law school brother, friend, and partner. One day he started talking, you're actually a lawyer, why aren't you practicing anymore? I said, well, I'm too busy doing this other more interesting things. He said, no, this is what we know you for. So I said, would you provide the network? He said, yes, just come, let's talk about a partnership. So I joined his practice. And that's Chijoke Okode. Very old friend. So please, a couple of people have left because this has taken so long. We won't keep you anymore. Elizabeth, lastly, thanks for all you're doing for us. We're very proud of you. I know Jeddah will go well. In front of you is my friend's very tough daughter, who's also very helpful. Where's Daddy?
He's left.
He's left. That's Shewa Joy's daughter, Tinuke. She's always, I think you met her when we were doing the exhibition. The one in your building, yes. Tinuke, thanks. Continue doing what you're doing. We appreciate you. So, thank you very much. I've taken too much of your time. We don't deserve it. And we'll see you guys again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I didn't say anything. Please,
don't stop. Let me just say something. Please, I know you have to go. Last time we were in London, Ed felt underappreciated. His Ed felt underappreciated. So can I invite all of you to sing to He's a Jolly Good Fellow, for He's a Jolly Good Fellow, for He's a Jolly Good Fellow, and so sing all of us, and that's for